Yeah. Give me time. Okay. Doug. Doug. Later. Adrian. Down and later, please. Ladies. Stop talking. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to school for the last 2 weeks of school. Shh. Okay. Giving enough verbal warnings, guys. Checks are going down now. Okay. Already at 4 minutes into class time. Okay. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Um, let's have a word of prayer. We'll get it started today so we can get accomplished. Father, thank you for today. Thank you for the little bit cooler weather, the moisture that you sent our way, and we just continue to bring forth to your throne of grace the requests. Aaron Moscato just had his second surgery last Thursday or Friday, and we just pray that you just help him now as he recovers from that and also from the first one, and just help him, Father, give him endurance. Um, as far as we know, that everything, the surgery went well, and but now it's just the recovery, and continue to be with our pastor as he recovers from his episode in Dubai with the COVID, and Sophia's request about the family and aunt having cancer and dance competitions and her grandma uncle's death, and Ricky with his grandpa and the treatments that he's taken, and Maya's grandma with dementia. And Lord, there's probably other ones that have some requests, and you know what our needs are today. You know what the just what's going to happen for us today, what's going to come our way. Just help us we know you're going to take us through it, but just help us to deal with them in a proper manner. Help us to rely upon you in that precious name. Amen. Okay. We are, Doug, don't start. What page is that? We're on teacher's lesson, and that's page 209. This is basically where we left off, talking about the benefits of his long suffering. Let me put in my clicker. We talked about to finish the benefits of long suffering is to finish our faith. Okay, we talked about that one the other day. I think we're on the second one, correct? Let me get down to it. Okay, another benefit of his long suffering is to forgive his foes. Luke 23:34. Before I read this, just happened to think about this. Verse quiz this week, and this is on Friday, because we do have Bible class on Friday. Proverbs 24, verse 6. Proverbs 24, verse 6 is this week's verse quiz. Okay. Okay. Good to see Giselle, Lacey, and Jeremiah on chat. So, Luke 23:33 to 34. And when they had come to the place which is called Calvary, there they crucified him, and the malefactors, one on the right hand and the other on the left. Then said Jesus, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And they parted his raiment and cast lots on them. So, through this long suffering, produced full and free forgiveness of our sins. Okay. Long suffering holds no grudges. If there was anybody that could have held a grudge, it would have been Jesus. For all the torment and everything that he went through, okay? He could have held a grudge, but he didn't. Because if he would have held a grudge, then the production of, long suffering would not have produced forgiveness. Okay? And forgiveness would not have been there for our sins. Okay? So, to forgive his foes is a benefit. To fortify, the third one, to fortify our faint hearts. Hebrews 12:3. For consider him that endured such contradiction of sinners against himself, lest ye be wearied and faint in your minds. So as we consider him, we gain that power, that strength to endure every trial. Whatever comes your way today, fortifying your faith in Christ will give you the power to get through those trials today. Meditating on him. It doesn't mean that you're sitting there with your legs crossed and your arms crossed and doing the chant. Okay? You are just in a mindset for Christ and what he's doing, or what he wants you to do, or you're trying to do what he wants you to do. That's meditating. Okay? Thinking about what Christ wants you to do today, how he wants you to do it. Fortifying your faint hearts, getting them strong in Christ. The principle of long suffering is this: we must have patience in every trial. It's easy to type it out here. It's easy to read it. It's not always easy to do, though. But we can be assured that if we do, we're going to have these 6 things. We're going to focus on the future rather than on the present trials. We're going to have faith in God's truth winning without our help. Knowing that God's going to win and we don't have to do anything about it. Knowing that there's no place no limitations on our endurance. We know that Christ is going to give us endurance. We're going to be able to finish what we start in all areas of our life. We're going to be able to forgive our foes in every offense, never holding a grudge. And through all that, we're going to be strong in the Lord. That's what's going to happen if we can put patience in every trial. So we need to wait on the Lord. It takes more strength, guys, to wait than to retaliate. Girls, please. It takes more strength to let God handle a matter than to handle it ourselves. But we always want to rush the course. We always want to do it ourselves. And then when you rush into something, then you always end up having to go back, take back steps back, which creates more energy. Okay? Than to keep going forward with God's help. So defining long suffering. How do we define long suffering? Any thoughts before I give you what's in the book? I know it's money. Good, Adrian. Thank you. Endurance. Okay. Suffering for a long time. Okay. Patience. Pardon? The longest of suffering? Oh, okay. Okay. Here it is. Steadfastness of the soul in every provocation. Put in some good words into that. Ladies. Ladies. Steadfastness. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay? You can keep going. You can have steadfastness. You don't have to quit. You can still keep trudging on because Christ is going to be there. Every provocation, everything that comes our way, we know that Christ is going to be there. He's going to help us. He's going to give us the endurance for that. So, are responding to provocations. Ladies in the back, you just got one check. Responding to provocation. What is provocation? Well, it's anything that incites our spirit to anger or discouragement. Has anything in the last week or so at least, since it's freshly in our minds, has anything incited us to a spirit of anger or a spirit of discouragement? Okay. Mistress. Here's some provocations that may have come up. Criticism. Shh. Criticism and maybe even persecution along with it. No one likes to be criticized for something that they did, or at least, especially when they've tried to do something right, and you get criticized because people didn't like what you did, even though you tried to do what was good. Failure. Anybody have any failures last week? Doug, every 5 minutes. Oh my goodness, Doug. Oh, thank you. I needed that this morning. Okay. Oh, well, it may it may seem like failure to you. Okay. Hopefully, it wasn't that bad of bad a failure. Okay. But my heart goes out to you at that point. Okay. Failure on Friday night. I dropped the first hot dog. Oh, tried to get him out of the bag, and there it went. First hot dog. Failure. You're welcome. You're welcome. It was fun. Okay. So, shh. Criticism. Shh. Criticism. Failure. Number 3. Desertion by our friends. Shh. Did you feel deserted last week? Okay. Number 4. The constant pull and digression of the world. How many of you listened to the news last week? How many listened to the news just over the weekend? When you listened to it and heard everything that's going on, did you feel like everything was just kind of going backwards? Okay. The only thing positive I heard over the news this last weekend was that um, CDC is getting to the point where masks aren't going to be required. Okay. And the mandates that they have on it now, good to see you, Jaden. The mandates that they have on it now, people are going to fight about. Okay? And how are they going to dictate who has and who hasn't had the vaccine? Okay? And so a lot of things come up, but it just seems like everything keeps going backwards. Shh, quiet in all this. How do we overcome provocations? Ladies, you got one. You want two? How do we keep going? How do we overcome provocations? Giving it back to God. Or, in essence, or first thing, giving it to God. But then we want to keep taking it back. And every time we keep taking it back, that means we're stepping back into whatever our provocations. Okay? We're letting them dictate our lives. We're not giving it over to God because, or at least fully, we give it to him, we take it back. We give it to him, we take it back. We give it to him, take it back. How many of you like a friend that shows friendship and takes the friendship back? Shows friendship again, takes it back. Shows friendship again, takes it back. And then when you finally get tired of that, they get upset with you because you're not showing friendship to them. That's not giving it all over to God. Because we take it, we give it. We give it, we take whatever. But Christ doesn't want this. Christ doesn't want us to do that. Gentlemen, God doesn't want us to do it. Ladies, we got to give it over to him. So what are the wrong responses towards us? This is what usually happens, retaliation or retaliating. Determination to get even with those who criticize us. Quitting. The temptation to quit because of failure. You got to keep going at it. Number 3, regressing. The temptation to isolate from others just to avoid being hurt. Well, if I'm not around anybody, then no one can hurt me. If I don't show my friendship to other people, then they can't turn around and hurt me in the friendship. Okay? You got to realize one thing. Nice correction. What you don't realize in number 3 here, the aggressing, the temptation to isolate from others, you don't allow others to be your friend. You don't allow others to get to know you because you isolate yourself and you don't get involved. Okay? Don't regress. Get involved the right way. Learn how to do it the right way. Okay? But get involved. Don't regress. Conforming is the number 4. The temptation to give in to the constant pull of the world. Stand up for what's right for God. Shh. Hey. Stand up for what's right for God. Don't give in to what the world wants you to do or what you think you should do. Don't give in to your friends just because Make sure it's what God wants us to do. Okay? We're going to pick up tomorrow. We're just about a minute out. So we're going to pick up tomorrow on the 4 right responses. Okay? These were the 4 wrongs. We'll pick up on the 4 rights tomorrow. Okay? DLs, thanks for tuning. Adam was the only one that wasn't on, but thanks for joining on. And we, again, there is no online class for science. Hey, guys, quiet. There's no online class for science. We're doing that independent stuff. First due date is this Wednesday for chapter 14 papers, okay? So make sure things are getting done. DLs, have a great day.
Gabby, turn around, please. Vocab books. Turn to list 12. We do have our quiz tomorrow, so make sure you guys are studying for that. We're going to go through the vocab words as well as the word analysis section really quickly. So I'm going to say the vocab word, you say the definition, okay? Give it a chance to turn there. Okay. Accelerate. Number 2, annihilate. Number 3, delineate. Number 4, emaciate. Number 5, fluctuate. Number 6, initiate. Number 7, intimidate. Number 8, iterate. Number 9, mitigate. Number 10, palpitate. Number 11, propitiate. And then number 12, substantiate. Let's say that one more time. It is validity, okay? Say it again. Substantiate. Good. Okay, turn to page 97. We'll go through the prefixes, roots, suffixes. Okay, extra. Peri. Post. Sin. Carn. Fur. Said, ses, or sid. Viv. Eyes or ice. Mani. Or. U-R-E. Good. Okay, make sure you're studying that quiz tomorrow. All right? Go ahead and take out your literature books. Go ahead and turn to page 305. Okay. The Return of Odysseus. Again, who was that written by, class? Homer. We saw how Homer was very influential in his day. Yesterday we saw how we can compare Homer, or not yesterday, the other day we saw how we can compare Homer to how the Bible, his books, and how the Bible influences a lot of people. Okay, we saw how we need to have an emphasis on our building up of our moral character and our intellectual character and all of our knowledge. The Return of Odysseus from Homer, if you guys look on page 305, the intro, it says, after many adventures, a terrible storm wrecks Odysseus' ship, and only he is saved. He finally returns to Ithaca after being gone for 20 years. The goddess Athene warns him not to go directly home, as he may be murdered, for in his absence, powerful suitors have taken advantage of Odysseus by eating at his table and even plotting to kill Odysseus' son, Telemachus. Meanwhile, Athene advises Telemachus, who has left home to search for his father, to return home. Odysseus, disguised as an old beggar, seeks shelter with Eumaeus, his faithful herdsman, who does not recognize him. Telemachus also returns and stops just at Eumaeus' hut. And that's the intro to the Return of Odysseus. But if you look at the background there, at the very bottom, after the Greeks won the Trojan War, which lasted for 10 years, the Greek king Odysseus longed to return to his family and home on the island of Ithaca, but was destined to wander another 10 years because he offended certain gods who favored the Trojans. The Odyssey is the account of Odysseus' adventures on his way home to his faithful wife Penelope and son Telemachus. Today, the word Odyssey means any long or extended journey or adventure. So even then, the return of Odysseus, it's still affecting a lot of the things that we learn today. Sorry. But if you guys look on page 306, it's just kind of like Grecian culture there, like the pottery there. They had scenes from Homer's stories, and again, it was very influential in this time. And if you guys look, there's the reunion of the father and the son, the book. There's different books out here. Odysseus arrives home. Um, Penelope's interview with the stranger, the reunion of husband and wife, just different books of here from the excerpt of the Odyssey here and the return of Odysseus and how he comes back home. If you guys look on page 309, the recognition of Odysseus' scar, different what's it called, artists did different things like that, and we see how obviously it kind of gave you in the intro how he comes home, and there's just a lot of complications there and why he can't return home quite yet. If you guys look on page number 315, we already talked about Homer in the Bible and how the Bible molded nations. Death to the pagan and to the Christian. The brevity of life attributed to Simonides, a Greek poet of the 7th century BC who has only surviving works. Let's go ahead and read this. One verse by the blind poet of Chios is indelible. The blind poet of Chios is Homer, okay, if you didn't know that. Indelible means unforgettable. The life of man is like a summer's leaf. Yet few who hear these words take them into their heart. For hope is rooted in every youthful soul. The lovely flower of youth grows tall with color. Life will have no end, or there is no place for growing old, for death, and while in health, no fear of foul disease. Poor soul in islands of illusion, for men have but yet a day, for men have but a day of youth and life. You few who understand know when death is near. The food you will give your soul must be supreme. Okay? All right, let's break it down. Okay? The brevity of life. Put your chair down. Okay? The life of man is like a summer's leaf. Okay? Someone describe a summer's leaf to me. Okay, green, vibrant. Okay, what do you mean doesn't exist? Okay, just basically plants in the summertime. Okay, it's like very vibrant here. All right, so yet few who hear these words take them into their heart, for hope is rooted in every youthful soul. This is what they think. Okay, the lovely flower of youth grows tall with color. Life will have no end, or there is no place for growing old, for death, and while in health, no fear of foul disease. What does that mean? Okay, they live their life without worrying that they're going to die. What does this mean? While in health, no fear of foul disease. Okay, they're not thinking about what if they're getting sick. Okay, is that how we should live our lives, guys? Okay, to an extent. Okay, to an extent, we should live our lives like it's our last day. Okay, but these people, they think they're going to live forever. They think that they're going to be immortal, or they're, what, like she said, it's you only live once, so they're not really investing into their future. Okay, it says, poor soul, an island of illusion. What does that mean? Okay, what's an illusion, guys? Okay, it's something that's fake. Okay, they're not living in reality. Obviously, as Christians, we know that we have an expected end. The Bible says that in Jeremiah 29, verse 11. Okay, but these people, they're not investing into our future. What I mean by that is they're not bettering themselves today for tomorrow. They're not growing, and kind of like what we talked about with kind of making sure that our moral character, our intellectual character, when they're lifting that up, they're not doing that. They're not investing into their life and their future. The Bible, not the Bible, the book says, for men have but a day of youth and life. You few who understand know when death is near, the food you give your soul must be supreme. Okay? What does that mean? What is that alluding to? The food you must give your soul must be supreme. What do you think that might mean in relation to investing into your future? Okay, well, we can apply it to real food. Okay, what happens if someone eats junk food day after day after day after day after day? Okay, they're going to get sick. Okay, junk food is not healthy for you, whether that is with obesity, okay, whether that's with high blood pressure, whether with that's something that is not beneficial to their health. Okay, same as whatever you put into your body now, intellectually. Okay, the food you must give your soul must be supreme. All right, we need to fill our minds with the best stuff. Okay, we need to fill our soul with things that uplift us. We need to fill our lives with things that matter, the things that last. And what are the things that last, class? What are things that last forever? Okay, God lives forever. God lasts forever. So that's what it means when the food you give your soul must be supreme. Okay, just like you want to eat healthy, you want to treat your body like it's a temple. Okay, the food that you ingest intellectually, the food that you give your mind, okay, the knowledge that you consume must be supreme as well, something that benefits you. Okay, so that's the brevity of life. Go ahead and turn to page 316 on early death. This was written by Lucian. Okay, Lucian was a Greek rhetorician, satirist, and a poet of the 2nd century AD. He hated hypocrisy and fraud and was able to see the inconsistencies in the philosophies and religions of his day. So we kind of had that same outlook as Homer did, in the sense that the Greek mythology and the gods that people really uplifted were, what's it called? They had fatal flaws with them. Lucian, a child I was, Callimachus, 5 years of age, with heart still free from care, when pitiless Hades snatched me from the light. Mourn not my early passing from this stage. Had I of a life brief share had I too of its evil plights. Yes, if you guys look at the very bottom, Callimachus, the elegy for Heraclitus. You know what elegy is, class? What is an elegy? Okay. Well, elegies are basically poems about the subjects of death. Okay. So, elegies, that is their, what's it called? That's the subject that a lot of elegies have. And Callimachus, he wrote this an elegy for someone named Heraclitus. They told me Heraclitus, which was a Greek philosopher of the 5th century, known for his idea that all matter is constantly changing. They told me that you were dead. They brought me bitter news to hear and bitter tears to shed. I wept as I remembered how often you and I had tired the sun with talking and sent him down the sky. And now that thou art lying, my dear old Carian guest, Carian is an ancient region in southwest Asia Minor, on the Aegean Sea, and the home of Heraclitus. A handful of gray ashes, long, long ago at rest, still are thy pleasant voices, thy nightingales awake, for death he taketh all away, but them he cannot take. So something that lasts forever would be obviously a legend, what's it called, a legacy. He really believed in, or he really was fond of his friend, and that was his elegy for him. Okay? What's your question?
I don't understand. Lucian says that he's in the 2nd century, and he's writing it to Callimachus, who is from the 3rd century, and Callimachus is writing to Heraclitus, who is from the 5th century. How can they all know each other and write to people in the future?
So, okay, so Lucian, if you guys see, he's in the 2nd century AD, but he was obviously writing to people in the future, but it's like, you know how, like, no, 2nd century AD. No, I know, but that's, okay, then there you go. So he's writing to people in the past, okay? It is a long time ago, but, like, you know how when people take authors' works and kind of, like, depict them and kind of, like, address them nowadays, like, kind of like what we do with book reports. Okay, but, like, kind of like what we do with book reports. We read past authors' books and then we kind of, like, write our thoughts on it. That's kind of what they do with their poems here. But these people go into more detail of writing poems. Okay, you're good, okay? The Dying Christian to His Soul, written by Alexander Pope. You guys want to know just the author? Alexander Pope. Okay, as well as Death Be Not Proud, written by John Donne. Okay, just know those two authors on that page. But go ahead and turn to page 318. The last thing we'll talk about with literature is the fables of Aesop. Okay, if you don't know what a fable is, that's at the bottom of page 318. It's a brief anecdote told in a simple, direct style in prose or verse describing a single incident and designed to teach a moral, usually by using animals as characters. You want to know what a fable is, okay? But Aesop, if you haven't heard of a lot of his fables, guys, stop talking, okay? If you haven't heard a lot of his fables, he was someone who was, that's what he was really, really famous for. You guys have heard of, I think, I want to say, the story of, guys, I'm not going to tell you again. Stop talking, okay? Got it? Okay. So, I want to say that the fable about the hare and the tortoise, like that race, is a fable. Have you guys ever heard of the fable of the way the crow was trying to get the water out of the pitcher? You guys ever heard of that one? So if you never heard of that one's obviously where there was this crow, he was trying to get water out of a pitcher. Obviously the pitcher was too narrow for his beak. So what he did was he put a bunch of rocks so that the water could rise to the top. And the moral of that would be hard work and different things like that. So that's what fables were. Let's read about the lion and the mouse, okay? The lion and the mouse. A lion was awakened. Actually, someone read this for me, okay? Let's have Ricky read it for me.
The lion was awakened from sleep by a mouse running over the pit. Rising up in anger, he caught him and was about to kill him. Then he said, "Mouse, what how do you say
Really?
what is how do you say that?
Piteously?
Previously, entreated, saying, if you would only spare my life, I would be careful for your kindness." The lion laughed and let him go. It happened shortly after this that the lion was caught by two hunters who bound him by strong ropes to the ground. The mouse, recognizing his lord, came up and gnawed the ropes with his teeth, and setting him free, exclaimed, "You wouldn't think the idea of my ever being able to help you, not expecting to receive from me any repayment of your favor, but now you know that this is possible for even a mouse to consider himself my life."
Okay, the moral is, in time of need, the weak may help the strong. Okay, or somebody else pull a moral from this story. Okay, something a little deeper. Ricky? Okay, how do you apply that to this story?
Because the lion underestimated the mouse to do anything.
Okay,
But
don't underestimate anybody. Guys, put your chairs down.
but the mouse overcame that and helped him anyway and did something which never got to do.
Okay, good. What else? Andrew? Looks may be deceiving. Okay. All right, anybody else? Huh? Don't judge a book by its cover. Okay. A moral that you could probably pull through this is why don't you be kind to everybody? Because you never know, how they can help you, or not just something, like not just like something, for your own personal gain, but just like some people obviously repay kindness with kindness. So, I don't know, just be kind to everybody. Okay, the wolf and the shepherd. The wolf and the shepherd. Go ahead, Amy. What's the moral, guys? A false friend is more dangerous than an open enemy. Okay? Very, very true. So what kind of friend are you? The goatherd and the wild goats. Go ahead, Adrian. Stay what? Okay, moral of the story. Okay, causing detrimental effects. Okay, so basically the new goats thought that they could be replaced, so they weren't loyal to the goat herd. That's why they said old friends cannot with impunity be sacrificed for new ones, causing detrimental effects. So you can apply that to you. Okay, are you the kind of friend who always leaves your own friends for someone new? Okay, or do you leave your old friends in the dust? Okay, don't be that kind of friend. The last fable. Shh. The bear and the two travelers. Two men were traveling together when a bear suddenly met them on their path. One of them climbed up quickly into a tree and concealed himself in the branches. The other, seeing that he must be attacked, fell flat on the ground, and when the bear came up and felt him with his snout and smelt him all over, he held his breath, and he feigned the appearance of death as much he could. The bear soon left him, for it is said he will not touch a dead body. For when he was quite gone, the other traveler descended from the tree, and confronting his friend, jocularly inquired in a joking manner what it was the bear had whispered in his ear. He replied, "He gave me this advice: never travel with a friend who deserts you at the approach of danger." Okay, moral of the story: misfortune tests the sincerity of friends. And that's so true. Okay, if you have friends, all right, in the good times, and they think that you're such a great friend, and you think that they're such a great friend, okay, what happens when you're going through trials? Are their same friends going to be there for you, or are they going to just desert you? So make sure that you know who your friends are, and better yet, make sure you're not the kind of friend that deserts. Okay, go ahead and turn to page 320. Paul's sermons on Mars Hill. That's just Acts chapter 17. This is actually during the same not the same. What's it called? Era during like Homer, obviously, but this was just Paul preaching against a lot of what the Grecians believed. But look at 321. I definitely wanted you to make sure you read this. Okay, page 321, which is the power of the drama. All right, make sure you guys read that tonight, page 321, 322. And then we'll start with Antigone tomorrow. But make sure you guys read page 321 to 322. Okay? Just reading over the Greek tragedy as well as the power of the drama. All right, go ahead and put that away. Last thing we'll talk about is grammar. So go ahead and take that out. Grammar makes you nervous?
I know most of the stuff, but like everybody goes quiet, and you're like,
All right, go ahead and turn to page 243. Page 243. Okay, just some, what's it called? Some review. Okay, page 242 and 243. What degree is it being used when no comparison is being compared, when it's just describing something? Positive. Okay, everyone needs to be turning to page 242. Okay, positive degree. So that dress is pretty. Okay, there's one thing there. Okay, what about when two items are being compared, class? Comparative. Okay, so what would I use? What suffixes or a word would I use with comparison, class? More or er. Okay, so I would say that dress is prettier than this dress. Okay, you wouldn't say more prettier. That's another review of double comparison, but it would be more pretty or just prettier. Okay. What about with three or more items being compared, class? Superlative. okay, then that would mean this dress is prettier, or the prettiest out of all the other dresses, comparing the dress to a lot of things, 3 or more, okay? We need to avoid double comparison, what we just said, so we wouldn't say more prettier or less prettier, okay? You would just have to use one or the other. Never use ER and more together or EST and most together. When comparing a person with a group of or of which that group is a member, make sure you use the words other or else. Okay, for example, okay, are you a student in this class? Yes or no? Okay, so can you compare yourself to other students? Yes or no? Yes, you can, okay? But you can't compare yourself to yourself and other students. Does that make sense? So, for example, okay, um, this is just an example. Avery is, sure, Avery is faster than anyone on her team, okay? Avery, okay, is she on the team? Yes or no, class? So you have to say anyone else. Because otherwise, if you just say anyone on her team, that means she's on her team as well. She's on the team and she can't be faster than herself. Does that make sense? So you have to say anyone else or anyone other, okay? Don't omit necessary words in a comparison, meaning you need to add something if it's not, doesn't have anything to compare it to. For example, your essay is best, okay? Best of what? All right, you have to put something in order to compare the essays to. Your essay is the best essay I've ever read, okay, or out of all the essays I've ever read, okay? Bill's garage is smaller than his neighbor. Avoid illogical comparisons, okay? Can a garage be smaller than a neighbor, class? Okay, it can be, but are we comparing the neighbor to a garage? No, we're comparing the neighbor's garage to a garage, so make sure that you include that. Use this and that to modify singular nouns, these and those to modify plural nouns. That's pretty self-explanatory. Singular modifiers go with singular nouns. Plural modifiers go with plural nouns. Fewer with items that can be counted. Less with the quantity of a substance. For example, you wouldn't say fewer milk. Okay? Can you individually count the milk within a jug? Okay, if you go to a milk jug and say, oh, this is 1 milk, this is 2 milk, yes or no, class? No, okay? So you would use less. That's not milk. That's a gallon, okay? So you cannot count milk. So you would have to use less, okay? But you can count M&Ms, okay? So you can say this jar of M&Ms has fewer M&Ms than this other jar of M&Ms, okay? You wouldn't say less because you can individually count M&Ms. Got it? And then do not use them as an adjective. Use those instead. Did we already do exercise A, class? All right, go ahead and turn the page to page 244, okay? Go ahead and start working on exercise B. Exercise B. Okay, so exercise B, they obviously have errors, so you have to cross out the incorrect error and make corrections where necessary. So for example, number 1, Jared, girls stop talking please. Jared took his place at the end of the shortest of the 2 lines. How many things are being compared here, class? 2. So what degree of comparison do we need? Comparative. Good. So it's not shortest, it would be shorter. Good. Number 2, his testimony was more persuasive than the last witness. Okay? What's being compared here? Testimony to what? Okay, so in this sentence, though, it's comparing testimony to the witness itself, right? So how do we fix it in order to compare the witness's testimony and his testimony? Ricky? His testimony was more persuasive than the last witness testimony? Witness's testimony, okay? Or you can say his testimony was more persuasive than that of the last witness, okay? Just making sure that you avoid illogical comparisons there. Okay, number 3, William H. Harrison served a shorter term than any president. Austin? Number 3. Okay, well, you need to pay attention because that's really hurting you. All right, we just talked about how we need to include a word. If William H. Harrison is a president, okay, can he serve a shorter term than himself? No, so what would we need to include there? Okay, figure it out and we'll come back to you. Number 4, Allison is the youngest of Mr. Mason's 2 daughters. Sophia? How many daughters are being compared here? 2. So what degree of comparison do we need? Comparative, so what would we change? Okay, you figure that out and we'll come back to you. Number 5, his suggestion for reducing costs was better. Jesse? Okay, none of these questions are correct. We need to fix something, okay? Figure it out and we'll come back to you. Number 6, the new edition of the history book has less illustrations than the old edition. Isaac? Fewer illustrations. You can count them. Number 7, yes, Second John has less verses than any book in the Bible. Avery? Fewer verses. There's one more thing to add here. Is 2 John a book of the Bible? Can it be compared to itself? So what do we need to add there? Okay, we'll come back to you. Number 8, them basketballs are the most best kind to use for outdoor courts. Gabby? Change them to those. Take out most. Those basketballs are the best kind. Good. Number 9, Karen prefers white seedless grapes to those other kind of grapes. Let's go with amethyst. Do we say those kind? Okay, you can say to those, what? Kinds, okay? Good. Or you can say to that other kind, okay? Those, listen, so those go with, obviously, plural. That is singular. Kind is singular, so we need to change my modifier to singular there, okay? Or change whatever's being modified to plural to keep the word those. Okay, number 10, is Mr. Alexander's arthritis worser in damp weather? Doug? Do we say worser or just what? Worse. Good. Number 11, Isaac's score is the highest of the 2. Andrew? Is the higher of the 2. 2 things are being compared. Number 12, Tony has more lines to learn than anyone in the play. Derek? Is Tony in the play? Can he learn more lines than himself? So what do we need to put there? Good. Anyone else in the play? Number 13, Bill Baker is the most tallest player on the basketball team. Adrian? Take out most. Number 14, the physicist wears those kind of gloves when he handles radioactive isotopes. Yubia? Okay, we'll come back to you. Number 15, of the 2 sisters, I believe Andrea is the best cook. Isaac? Better cook. Number 16, those kind of bear will be included in the zoo's endangered species exhibit? Elijah? Awesome, those to that. Number 17, the speaker said that our parents have a more greater influence on our lives than anyone. Ricky? Okay, there's one more thing here that we need to add. Amethyst? Else. Anyone else? Number 18, I wonder if them flowers on the piano are real or artificial. Let's go with Adrian. Change them to those. Okay, number 3. Austin, did you find it? What is it? There you go. Any other president? Number 4, Allison is the youngest of Mr. Mason's 2 daughters. Sophia? What degree of comparison is youngest? ESP. Is it? It's superlative, so it needs to be comparative. So what would we add there? Instead of youngest, it is class younger. Okay, number 5, his suggestion was for reducing costs was better. Jesse? Okay, not quite. Okay, how do we know what, like, better than what? Exactly, so how do we change it to where we do know? Or add something to where we do know? We need 2 things to compare it to. Okay, who has this one? Gabby? Okay, still a thing there. Okay, his suggestion for reducing costs was excellent, okay, but we need to keep better. The point is we need to give it something to compare it to. Andrew? Good, better than the other suggestions, okay? And then Yuvia, what number was yours again? 14. The physicist wears what? That kind of gloves. Good, okay? No grammar homework for tonight. Make sure you read literature and then study for your vocab quiz tomorrow. All right, you guys are dismissed.
All right, welcome distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Shh, everyone in the class, if you're talking, I will move you. So you, if you're sitting there, shh. Gabby, shh. Okay, or Adrian, put your chair down, please. We're gonna get started. So pull out your notes. We're only doing a few notes today, so let's get through them quickly after we pray, and then we are gonna start this Pearl Harbor video. Okay, we're not gonna finish it today because I believe it's somewhat long. We'll probably not finish it tomorrow either. We'll finish it sometime this week. Because we gotta keep on doing notes as well. Because we have to get through the notes first. We're not even in 1941, so me starting this today is lucky for you guys. I don't really want to start it today, but we might. Let's turn on these TVs. We'll pray, and then we will get started. Any prayer requests other than the Spring Formulas Friday? Yes, ma'am. All right, so pray for Sophia's competition. Any other prayer requests? Yes, sir. Your grandpa? Health or health for? Is that you? Raise your hand. What's up? Is that for your license? Oh, a permit. All right, so pray for Isaac's DMV appointment. Help Sophia's competition and the results of her other one. Make sure our phones are put away before I take it away. I don't care. I don't care who you're texting. I don't care if you're texting the king. I don't care. No. Phone's away, or else I take it. Adrian, Isaac, stop talking before I move both of you. Okay, Amethyst, shh. We're going to pray, and then we're going to get started. Any other prayer requests? All right, let's pray, and then we'll get started. Dear Father, Lord, just thank you for this day, Lord. Thank you for these cool days you're giving us this week, Lord. Just bless the week. Allow us to have a good time on this Friday, Lord, for everything to go smoothly, for the girls to be able to get everything done that they need to get done, for the guys to be able to look sharp, and if they have dates, to treat them well. Please help that day, Lord, just to glorify you, for us to have a good time, make memories with friends, and maybe make a couple extra friends. Bless today's lesson, Lord, for us to be able to get through a few notes and maybe start a video, just remembering when America started the war. Okay, we're not quite that far in the notes, but please just bless the video, bless the time we have in class. Please help all those who aren't here today, Lord, whether they're sick, whether they're just at home, whether they didn't want to come. Please just allow them to be doing well. Help them to be able to focus in their studies, Lord, and finish out the school year strong, as we're going to be having some quizzes this week. Please just help Sophia's competition coming up and the results of the last one. Also, we pray for Isaac's appointment at the DMV, Lord. Please just allow that to go smoothly, for him not to be able to wait too long. Just, again, help this Friday, Lord. Help this week as school's coming to a close. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Also, before I move any further, remember, you should have got flyers this morning. Actually, I don't know. Did he pass these out or no? All right, I'm going to pass them out real quick then. For the Wowathon. Okay, shh. That just does not mean we're talking. Everyone should be quiet right now. Okay, who has yet to turn in anything for the Wowathon? That means you have not turned in a single dollar. Raise your hand nice and high. Don't go like this. Nice and high.
I haven't turned it in, but I got like 15 bucks in.
Okay, if you have not, man, come on now. Don't be lazy. Okay, it's not hard. It's not hard. Okay, okay, if you read this, you'll see how much we've raised to this point. And I can tell you that the secondary has probably only, pick that up, Adrian, has probably only raised like $300, okay? So out of everything that we've raised, the secondary has done nothing. So pick it up. Adrian, it's not something to be proud of. See, people like you are the problem. Okay, we're trying to fix that. Okay, you're supposed to be serious about stuff. But you guys want things to be improved. You complain enough about this is wrong and this is wrong, this is wrong. Guess what? Stop being lazy and help improve things then. How about that? Yes, you do. You do all the time. All right, let's pull out our notes, find our seats, put everything away, and let's get started. Okay, I know it's been a little while since, we did notes on Friday, I think. I can't remember. It's been a while. This weekend was a long weekend for me. Okay, we're coming from the sports banquet. Okay, note number 55. I was bricking. Okay, but I did dunk. You can all ask Rick. 2 hands. Easy flush. I mean, I'm not athletic, so. Okay, number 55. In the summer and fall of 1940, as we're coming up, again, we might start this video today. Yeah, you should. No, you're right. Okay, in the summer and fall of 1940, the Italians attempted to invade Greece and Egypt. Okay, but were defeated. We're going to see this being one of the first defeats of the Axis powers. Okay, the Italian fleet was attacked by the British aircraft carriers. This is the reason why the Italians failed their attack on Greece and Egypt. Egypt never really being their own nation, always usually being ruled by someone else. Okay, and Greece being kind of small. I didn't say always. I said usually. That's a long, long time ago. Okay, we talk about after Egypt. We talk about how they never really ruled themselves from that period on. Okay, but we also see Greece being small. Italy's kind of just trying to expand their nation, their country at this time. Okay, their regions, areas of production. Okay, Greece being a good area of production, different ports. Okay, but the English Air Force helped with that to stop, or aircraft carriers helped stop the Italian fleet in the Mediterranean Sea. Okay, some other resistance to the Axis powers. The Africa Corps. Okay, not Africa with a C, but with a K. Okay, this was sent by Hitler to help bail out Mussolini. Okay, Mussolini's expanding kind of south. Shh. Evia. Well, then raise your hand and tell me. That's just what they called it. I don't know. I don't know why. To be different. This was the Germans, so I don't know. Okay, the Africa Corps, again, was sent by Hitler. You want to know that. Okay, basically to bail out Mussolini. Okay, as Italy, kind of their job was to expand south. Okay, to Africa, Greece, okay, as we just said, Egypt, that southern region, okay, North Africa region, Middle Eastern region, okay, Mussolini not being the greatest leader, okay, definitely not the best military man, okay, Hitler helped send some German troops to help with this. They're known as the Africa Corps. Okay, the man that's kind of going to stop them all, or reconquer these lands, or help at least. And we'll go with this one. Okay, Erwin Rommel. Okay, also known as the Desert Fox. You want to know both of those. Okay, maybe on a quiz we'll say who was the Desert Fox or known as the Desert Fox. Erwin Rommel. Okay, he was field marshal who was an expert in desert warfare. Okay, what country is majority desert? Okay, Egypt. Okay, that's a continent, not a country. Okay, but yes, Egypt. Okay, he was known as the Desert Fox. Okay, he was expert in desert warfare, and he conquered all of the territory lost by the Italians to the British and began to menace Egypt again.
It's like an average Tuesday. Wait, is he a Nazi? No. No, I don't get it. Okay. He looks American.
All right, on June 22nd, 1941, Hitler broke his non-aggression pact with Stalin. Okay, remember we mentioned the Munich Pact. Okay, between them, how they were going to conquer what country and then live in peace for at least 10 years? What? Nope. Russia. What country were they attacking? Nope. 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 The Munich Pact. Russia and Germany attacked this small country. Poland. Okay, remember they said, hey, we're not going to fight. We're going to have peace for 10 years. We'll just stay out of each other's way. Okay, that was only about 2 years ago, 39. Okay, not only 2 years has passed, and they're already breaking their pact. Okay, and invaded his borders with almost 3 million troops or soldiers. Okay, that's a big break in a pact. Let's say, let's have peace, but now I'm sending 3 million soldiers. Okay, the Russians waited while General Mudd and General Winter thinned out the German troops. Again, Russia's best offense is their defense, as you can say for some sports. Okay, because people couldn't really handle the terrain. Okay, the Russians were used to it, the cold, the bitter winters. Okay, we see that happening. Okay, they were just basically waiting for the Germans to defeat themselves, whether of starvation, frostbite, whatever. Okay, probably our last note for today. I told you only a few notes. We're getting close to Pearl Harbor, so we'll start watching the video so then we can do the notes after we've seen a little bit about it. But the Neutrality Act of 1937. Okay, this adopted a cash and carry principle for dealing with warring nations. That's a typo. Okay, warring nations and forbid trade with belligerents. In 1939, Congress passed a new Neutrality Act, further emphasizing America's desire to stay out of the conflict. Okay, basically this is just putting, say, hey, we're not joining World War II. Okay, this is not our problem. Obviously, they know the lives that would be lost. Okay, everything that would be asked about people. Okay, we know what is going to happen in the end. Okay, what's going to happen here soon. This is why we're going to watch this movie. We're going to talk about more tomorrow. Okay, let me fix this typo real quick.
Wait, what were the belligerents?
What were belligerents?
Yeah, what were they?
Basically, anyone from like the other countries and stuff. We're not going to deal with other countries or anything with World War II. We did. We had once. I think we had one. All right, let me see if I can get this video put up here. Shh, guys, we're not messing around. All right, how would I find? I am not used to this. To Microsoft. All right, since you guys are all tech wizards, and I'm not used to Microsoft, how would I find if I put a CD?
CD.
Well, you guys are no help. All right, let me just re-put it in and see if it pops up then. Yes, Austin.
Bring up like a little icon. I don't know how it works with strings. So. That's Jesse's area.
All right, the video's not going to work. I'm going to have to find a DVD player, which we do have. I just can't play it today. I'll have to bring it tomorrow. All right, shh. Everyone sit up. Pull your notes back out. Put everything else away. No phones or anything. Seats down. Okay, we're just going to continue moving on. You can use the restroom after class. Okay, note number 60. Yeah, that's the wrong one. All right, you guys are going to have to listen up. Okay, note number 60. Although the majority of Americans had no desire to become involved in another European war, okay, because we just saw this Neutrality Act being made, you just got to listen. You just got to listen. You got to listen. I wasn't planning on doing more slides today, that's why. I was planning on doing video. So you have to listen. Well, don't scratch them out because we know what happened last time. Okay, that means you actually have to listen, okay, for those who never listen. Okay, although the majority of Americans had no desire to become involved in another European war, President Roosevelt, who was the president at this time, made it clear that the U.S. could not remain neutral because of American interests overseas. Okay, because of the other countries we've helped, the other countries we've worked through. Okay, obviously what country's kind of trying to overrule the whole East? The East. It's like Asia. Asia. Japan. Thank you, Isaac. Everyone looks so clueless. Okay, Japan's conquering, remember, not only China. Okay, we talked to Manchuria. Okay, but also all the other islands, which is going to lead us to Hawaii. Okay, we're going to get there in a little bit. Okay, President Roosevelt, again, they don't want to join the war. I'll repeat it again, the second part. Okay, President Roosevelt made it clear. Okay, they didn't want to join the war. Okay, obviously all the lives that they know is going to be lost. Okay, everything that's going to affect them. But President Roosevelt made it clear that the U.S. could not remain neutral because of American interests overseas. Okay, basically saying, hey, everything that we help out, whether like different countries like Guam, we're part of the Philippines, Hawaii, okay, he knows somehow we're going to get affected. He's like, we're going to be part of this war. Okay, we don't want to be, but it's going to happen. Okay, which is then bringing us to note number 61, the Lend-Lease Act. The Lend-Lease Act. Lend, L-E-N-D, lease, L-E-A-S-E, Act. How can we not spell? The Lend-Lease Act. This was passed by Congress in 1941 and granted the president sweeping powers to sell, lease, lend, or otherwise dispose of war materials to any nations whose defense he felt to be vital to American security. Again, this is called the Lend-Lease Act. To be vital to American security. Okay, so stuff like shipping repairs, production facilities, agricultural products, industrial items, ammunitions. Okay, everything would go under this. Okay, we see at the end of the war, our total Lend-Lease aid. You guys want to guess how much it was at the end of the war for America? You're close, actually. Not really. No, you're actually not close. 11.1 billion. According to, by April 30th, 1943, which is around the end of the war. Okay, that's how much. What? No. Some of it, but not all of it. Trillion. It's like 13 point something trillion dollars. All right, note number 62. With the passage of the Lend-Lease Acts, so everyone should be looking at their notes so I don't have to repeat it 1,000 times. With the passage of the Lend-Lease Act, hostility between the U.S. and the Axis nations increased. Okay, so because of this act that we just mentioned, okay, the hostility between, the friction between all the Axis nations, so like Japan, Italy, Germany, obviously there's a few others, but those are the three main ones. Okay, you could even kind of put Russia in there for right now. Okay, even though Germany and Russia just started fighting themselves. Okay, the hostility increased. The U.S. seized all Axis shipping and froze all German and Italian assets. The U.S. seized all access shipping and froze all German and Italian assets in the U.S. The U.S. seized all access shipping and froze all German, Italian assets in the U.S. All the Axis diplomats were forced to leave the country. All Axis diplomats were forced to leave the country, meaning the diplomats in America. Okay, basically saying, hey, all of our trade with any of those countries or anything, it's done. Anyone need me to repeat that? Okay, note number 63. Because of this, the Germans, okay, we're going to see, obviously they're going to now, because they're seeing America, we're not fighting, but now we are creating conflict between them. Okay, we're seeing that we're creating problems for them. Okay, the Germans intensified their campaign. The Germans intensified their campaign of submarine warfare in the North Atlantic. The Germans intensified their campaign of submarine warfare in the North Atlantic. In December, which is bringing us up to our event, in December, Japanese airmen bombed and sank the American gunboats Panye. Not Kanye, Pane. Okay, P-N-A-Y. On the Yangtze River. Or the Yangtze, sorry. Spell it Y-A-N-G-T-Z-E, if that's in your note already, I'm not sure. Okay, it became known as the Panay Incident. Panay, P-A-N-A-Y, Incident. Okay, do you guys know what day Pearl Harbor happened? Okay, so if you haven't noticed, we're getting to that time here shortly. Everyone good with that one? Shh. Doug, keep your chair down, please. Okay, note number 64. The U.S. tried to check the Japanese aggression. Okay, again, we're seeing... Exactly. Okay, the U.S. tried to check Japanese aggression by placing embargoes. Do you guys need that word, or you got it in the notes already? You need it? E-M-B-A-R-G-O-E-S, embargoes. Okay, the U.S. tried to check Japanese aggression by placing embargoes on the shipment of oil, aviation gasoline, so basically gasoline for what? Planes. Okay, scrap iron and steel to Japan. So basically anything that is like towards war, okay, any resources for that, they said, hey, we're not dealing with you anymore. Extending a new loan to China and strengthening American defenses in the Pacific. So like the Philippines, Guam, Hawaii. Okay, obviously we want to help China since they're the ones fighting on the main front and they were losing. Okay, so we're assisting them as well. Do they have a cure? I mean, that's debatable. You have the vaccine. They are saying there's going to be like a pill you can take in December, but the vaccine would be your cure, supposedly. Okay, note number 65. Japan responded to these embargoes. E-M-B-A-R-G-O-E-S. Japan responded to the embargoes. Isaac and Adrian, pay attention so I don't have to repeat the note. By formally joining the Axis powers. This is going to be actually the moment. Up to this point, they weren't really part of the Axis powers. They were kind of just doing their own thing, while Germany, Italy, and Russia at the time were kind of doing their thing in Europe. Japan was just doing their own conquest. Okay, but now this is going to be the moment where it's like, hey, we need allies in this. America's kind of helping these other countries now. Okay, they're not fighting yet, but they're helping. They might fight later on. Okay, so we see this problem. Okay, so we're going to join the Axis powers and sending the following demands to the U.S. Okay, so now they're basically in Germany and Italy. kind of the two stronger countries at this time, conquering a lot in Europe. They're getting them to support them, Japan is. And then they're saying, hey, America, now we got these powerhouses behind me. You know, like if you're going to fight someone, sometimes you bring like your two dogs with you, you know. Like, hey, you scared of me now? They're kind of basically doing that type of thing.
What if America joined the wrong side?
Interesting. Okay, these are the 3 demands. Okay, number 1. Quiet. Okay, number 1. The U.S. must abandon all aid to China. Obviously, Japan doesn't want U.S. to aid. They're not even really fighting right now, but they don't want them to aid China because it's going to make it more difficult for them.
China's our greatest enemy. Why are we helping them? Besides Russia.
Because are they our really enemy, though? I mean, they are, but we help each other out a lot. Exactly. Exactly. The U.S. must abandon all aid to China is number 1. Number 2, it must reverse the policy. It must reverse the policy of military and economic encirclement of Japan. So remember saying, hey, we're not dealing anything with Japan. Japan's saying, hey, you need to stop that. Still deal with us. Okay, what we need, you give to us. What you need, we'll give to you. Okay, don't cut the economic trade and commerce between us. Number 3, it must cease to interfere with Japan's expansion in the greater East Asia. Okay, so not only do they need to abandon all aid to China, basically saying, hey, you can't help out any of the countries that we're trying to conquer. Okay, obviously we know what's going to happen. Okay, just a few more, then we'll be done for today. Okay, note number 66. In November 1941, so now we're only a month away. So this works out for us anyways. Hopefully I can find a DVD player for tomorrow so I can just hook it up to the TV. In November 1941, Japan dispatched a special envoy, ENVOY, to Washington for a final effort at negotiations with the U.S. Okay, while they're basically sending someone to negotiate with the U.S., okay, at the same time, they secretly sent a naval force toward Hawaii. Okay, we obviously see this is a month away from Pearl Harbor happening, November 1941. Anyone need me to repeat that? Everyone good? Okay, last note for today, which brings us to our special event. Okay, again, we see Japan, they're going to negotiate. They're coming to America. They're like, hey, we're going to negotiate these plans. Maybe we'll stop doing some of the things. Okay, U.S., remember, trying to keep the peace, although President Roosevelt knows we're not going to be able to in the long run, but trying to keep it as long as we can so the lives of the Americans won't be just a lot of people dying. Okay, but on note number 67, on Sunday. Remember the video we watched that one time? On Friday. Okay, on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, Japan launched a sneak attack on Pearl Harbor. Maybe that's the reason they did it on Sunday, because they know they'd be more relaxed. December 7th, 1941, Japan launched a sneak attack on Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, the home base for America's Pacific Fleet. In the next 2 hours, the U.S. lost more ships than it lost during the whole World War I, just from that one event. They lost more ships than they lost in the whole World War I.
That's like losing the World Series.
Okay, that will be... Would you guys like to know what they lost in Pearl Harbor or do that tomorrow? All right, we'll do this last thing, then we'll be done. We'll see. Okay, note number 68, Pearl Harbor's losses. We'll go through it quickly. We're going to try to watch the video tomorrow. I'm pretty sure I know where a DVD player is, so I'll just go grab that and bring it in here, hook it up to the TV for you guys. Okay, Pearl Harbor losses. Number 1, 18 ships, including 8 battleships, were destroyed. Okay, has anyone been to Pearl Harbor? I actually have during a basketball trip to Hawaii for college. Huh? There's a few that are like under the water that you can still see, yes. Yep. Okay, 18 ships, including 8 battleships, were destroyed. 170 airplanes destroyed on the ground. 170 airplanes destroyed on the ground. 3,500 servicemen were killed or wounded. 3,500 servicemen were killed or wounded. Those aren't all deaths, but they were either killed or wounded.
So like roughly like 1,700.
That's just soldiers. That's not even counting civilians.
Oh wow. Let's go.
Okay, lastly for this one, the Japanese lost in this attack, obviously being a sneak attack, certainly on Sunday. That's probably planned. Obviously, knowing a lot of military people, they're relaxed on Sundays. A lot of people probably are in church on Sundays or just doing their normal Sunday routine. Okay, the Japanese lost only 29 of their 359 rating planes. I don't know. Maybe they didn't have that many. Okay. The Japanese lost only 29 of their 359 rating planes. And this quote was said on that day. This is just a small part of a quote. Okay, we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain. This is going to be the turning point. Remember, this whole time, America's trying to keep the peace. We're aiding through resources, but we're not fighting it. Pearl Harbor happens, okay, and we're going to see that's going to be a big change to it. We'll talk about Pearl Harbor's failures tomorrow, okay, and we'll probably watch that video tomorrow as well, and we're going to see how President Franklin Roosevelt, how he responds. Okay, in that 3,500 people that were killed and wounded, 1,500 people, those are the deaths in that. Okay, that is the end of the notes for tonight. You guys want homework? But maybe we need to do a little bit of homework.
We had to give our notes verbally today, and there was no movie.
Yeah.
Aw, cry me a river. All right, can I see your book, Jesse? All right, homework for tonight. Shh. Homework for tonight. Page 391. Is that the one Avery guessed? Yep. Page 391. Section 4 review. 1 through 7.
Bro, what is your deal?
All. 1 through 7 all. That's not that many. These ones, I've already looked over them. Okay, I don't know where my book went. I already looked over them last night. They're not hard. Okay, it's over the Battle of the Bulge, the Indian War a little bit. Okay, 9.4, section review 9.4, questions 1 through 7, all that is due tomorrow. Okay, make sure you get that done. Once you write that down, you may be dismissed. We are going to have a quiz this week. Probably have it on Wednesday if you want to write that down in your planner ahead. Okay, we'll probably have a quiz on Wednesday. The homework's due tomorrow. Quiz is probably going to be Wednesday. Tomorrow, yeah. If it's homework today, it's due tomorrow. You like your hair? Do you like your hair? It looks nice. Looks nice. All right, discipliners, let me know if you have any questions. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, welcome to geometry. Go ahead and get out your books. We're on page 236. We're talking about 5.2, the area of a rectangle. As well as we'll also be talking about parallelograms, triangles, and trapezoids. All right, hey, real quick. Main takeaway you guys need to take from these sections is the formulas. This test is going to be very math-based, okay? Because you guys are going to learn a lot more practical geometry in the next little bit, okay? So that way, A, you guys are kind of used to doing math again, and B, you know, the important parts of geometry are like the practical applications. Yes, you know how to prove things. Awesome, amazing. Dude, stop interrupting my class. Let's go. Thank you. All right, and let's get going here. All right, so theorem 68, the area of a rectangle is equal to the product of its base and its altitude. In other words, rectangle is equal to base times height. Okay, real quick note, the main thing that's different now compared to before is that we always used to represent area by a capital A. Why? Because it stands for area. What do you want from me? Okay, the main change now, and in higher mathematics especially, you're going to see, guys, seriously, stop talking. It's rude, disrespectful, and honestly it throws off my train of thought. To where the people who want to learn can't. Stop. Anyway. Instead, it's usually represented by the first letter or two of the name of the shape. Okay, so we'll use R for the area of a rectangle, we'll use T for triangle, and so on. Okay? So you'll notice that under proof, R is equal to B times H, or simply BH. So R, that's the main thing. You may see that in some textbooks, so kind of getting you guys used to it this year. Yeah. We'll talk about it. Don't worry. Don't worry, we will deal with that. All right, so basically the short version here is that R must equal base times height. The proof is there on the right. We're going to move on. All right, theorem 68, corollaries. First of all, two rectangles are to each other as products of their bases and heights, and their altitudes. Sorry, this book insists on using altitude instead of height. They're the same thing, and we still use an H. Why? I don't know. It's going to irritate me, and that's my rant on it, okay? If I say height, I mean altitude. If I say altitude, I mean height. Just go with it, okay? Because geometry. I don't know what to tell you. All right. Two rectangles having equal bases are to each other as their altitudes, so you can see that there. Two rectangles having equal bases and equal altitudes must be equal. And finally, the area of a square is equal to the square of its size. Notice we use SQ for square equals S squared. The proof is not something we need to worry about right now. Okay. The number of surface units in a rectangle is equal to the product of the number of linear units in the base by the product of linear units of the same kind in the altitude. Yeah, basically, here we go. Real quick on the bottom, page 237, it kind of gives you the key. R means area of a rectangle. SQ denotes the area of a square. PL is used for a parallelogram. T for triangle. TR for trapezoid. Yes, both triangle and trapezoid start with TR. Triangle is more common, so we give it T. Trapezoid is less common, so we gave it TR. Okay? And then RH is for rhombus. For parallelograms, notice that the area is still the base times the height. Woo! There's the proof. Oh, and proof part 2. All right, so there you go. If you guys want to go look at that, you guys can go back on the stream and pause. I don't care. Theorem 69, corollaries. First of all, any two parallelograms are to each other as the products of their bases and altitudes, much like we saw with rectangles. Two parallelograms having equal bases are to each other as their altitudes. Two parallelograms having equal altitudes are to each other as their bases. In other words, the same proportions. And finally, two parallelograms having equal bases and equal altitudes must be equal. Okay, are you guys noticing a pattern here? All right. Theorem 70. The area of a triangle is equal to 1/2 the product of its base and height, so T is equal to 1/2 BH. Again, because it's essentially half a parallelogram. There's a proof there on screen, but we're going to go ahead and continue on. Corollaries from Theorem 70. Any two triangles are to each other as the products of their bases and their altitudes. Any two triangles having equal bases to each other are to each other as their altitudes. Any two triangles having equal bases are to each other as their bases. Two triangles having equal bases and equal altitudes are equal. And finally, a triangle is equal to 1/2 a parallelogram having the same base and altitude. All that is kind of duh, so we're moving right on to 5.5. The area of a trapezoid is equal to 1/2 the product of its altitude and the sum of its bases. All right, this one is the weird one, so pay attention. Okay, ignore the triangle there, that's just there for the proof, okay? But for a trapezoid, we average the bases to get the base it would be if it were a parallelogram.
Wait, how would you average it?
So you take the two things, add them up, divide by 2. We just rearrange the formula so it looks nicer. So it's still essentially base times height, but the base is the average of the two bases. So you have base plus base prime over 2. We just move the over 2 to 1/2 in the front to make the formula neater. Okay? Makes sense? That's probably the one that you have to study the most for finding the area. It's equal to 1/2 times the height times the two base, or the sum of the bases. Notice the parentheses, you have to do the addition first. Okay, moving on. Theorem 71, corollaries. The area of a trapezoid is equal to the product of its altitude and its median. This one is a little weird, but basically if you know its median, which is the line connecting the midpoints, okay, and you know the altitude, you can just multiply those two together and you'll get the same thing, which makes sense seeing as the median would be the average of the two bases. All right? So there is that. That is 5.2 to 5.5. There's a reason why I combined all those into the same day. Your homework is to practice using area. So those are your problem numbers on the screen. You may want to write that down somewhere. It looks horrible. It's really not. I'm like, that could go a number of ways. All right, so exercises 5.2, you guys are doing numbers 1 through 3. 5.4, you're doing 1 through 2 and 5 through 6. And then 5.5, you're doing numbers 1 through 3. It is 10 questions. Okay? All right, distance learners, I'll see you guys later. You guys have the remainder of the period to work on practicing working with area. I know it probably doesn't need a lot of practice, but that's today's lesson, so it is what it is.
future only. Okay.
Keep in mind they won't be released this Friday.
Yeah, because they have what, 4 more, right? Okay. How many of you are already like ready and set for Thursday?
No, tell me it's canceled. Tell me it's canceled.
No, it isn't.
If you don't cancel it, I'll piss you right now.
You guys are ready?
I got the report done, and now all I need to do is just cook it the day before.
Okay. And you guys know what you're making and everything?
Well, he's gonna make his in his house, and I'll make mine in my house. And then we'll just bring both of them.
And Derek knows what he's saying? And Derek knows what he's saying?
Well, he's gonna do the English part, and then also translate it in Spanish. So he'll read like a couple of sentences, and then I'll read the same sentences in Spanish.
Okay. No. He has to like say something in Spanish. It can't just yeah. Yeah.
I could do like he could do one paragraph in English, and I'll repeat it in Spanish, and then he could say one in Spanish, and I'll repeat it.
Yes. That could work.
Is that easier to do?
Yes. That's way easier.
Is that time?
No. Huh?
Time limit, right?
So the reason why I'm asking is, does anyone want to go Wednesday? Because we have a lot more groups. So,
Me and Amethyst can see. We'll let you know tomorrow.
Well, like we can split up on who's ready already.
okay.
We can do it Wednesday.
Wednesday? Is it better for you guys? Okay. Let me write it down though. Huh?
Can I go to the bathroom?
Sure. Wednesday. Okay. Who else said Wednesday? You guys said Wednesday. Gabby said she would talk to you. Amethyst. She said she would talk to you. She went to a restroom.
Do you think that I have zero value as a person?
Why would I even think that? And why are you thinking that? Friday is your
So
thing.
what? We'll just sit on the boat.
Yeah.
We'll have the chefs prepare something.
Yeah. Okay, Amethyst, are you guys doing it on Wednesday or
Sunday, bro.
Thursday?
Wait, Gabby, ask Gabby.
She said she was gonna ask you. I know. She said she would ask you though.
Ask Gabby what she wants. We're doing it at her house, and she's doing what she wants anyway.
Okay. What about you, Avery? Oh, okay. Thursday. Okay. Thursday? Because you want to practice? Okay. What about you guys? Yes, Wednesday? Why not? Oh. Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
You're just asking us one word.
Yeah. Okay. 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 So I had only Ellie's group for Wednesday. What? No, I say only Ellie's group. It's on Wednesday. Yeah. Okay. Cause no, that's the day it said, and you guys have known this for what, 3 weeks now?
We started doing it Thursday, though, right? Yeah, but how am I?
What do you mean start doing it on Thursday?
No, we're like turning it. No, look, you've been doing it this whole time. I'm supposed to be preparing, and then Thursday we're presenting. Yeah, exactly. Wednesday is Thursday. For the people who are already ready, it's Wednesday. Yeah, I'm not ready.
Okay, then Thursday. What are you guys making? That's the easiest thing. How long does it take you to go? Listen, how long does it take you, Adrian and Isaac, how long does it take you to go to the computer, to Google a recipe for quesadilla,
Cheese and a tortilla.
put it on Word or Google Docs, and create your own script? Like, how hard is that? How hard is that? How hard is that? Okay? So, there's no excuse. There's no excuse. Thursday it is, and that's it.
I have an excuse. I won't be here Thursday or Wednesday.
Okay, guys. Guys, take out your books, please. Page 133. Page 133. Really quick, okay? Well, you better use that up here then. No, I think with the curriculum that they have, it's like way better. Their book and everything, it's way nicer. 133. Okay. Creation, the universe, okay? We have the earth, la tierra, air, el aire, the sun, el sol, clouds, las nubes, the stars, las estrellas, the sunlight, las luz del sol, la luna, it's the moon, the shade, sombra, the sky, el cielo, el cielo, and the darkness, la oscuridad, okay? Okay. The what? Las tinieblas, okay? La oscuridad o las tinieblas. They usually, Douglas and Gabby. Stop, guys, okay? So, las tinieblas is usually used in the Bible. So, we don't really use that, like, on normal conversation. We just say, la oscuridad, está oscuro, okay? Number 1, what's earth? Tierra. The sun. The stars. The moon. The sky. El cielo. The sky is el cielo. The air. Aire. The clouds. Las nubes. The sunlight. La luz del sol. The shade. The darkness. Okay, now skip to 137. Okay, you guys should know this. What's a cat? El gato. Really, Douglas? El gato, okay? Dog. El perro. Bird is ave o pájaro. We say pájaro, okay? Fish. El pez o pescado, okay? Same thing. You should know pescado from the foods, okay? Horse. Caballo, okay? What's horse? Caballo. Donkey. We say burro. But you can say asno. Burro? Yeah, burro. B-U-R-R-O. Burro. Okay, the cow. La vaca. Okay. Bull. El toro. The sheep. And the goat. La cabra, okay? La cabra. The sheep is oveja, goat is cabra, okay? Yeah. Do you know the story of the chupacabra? It's supposed to be scary. Huh? The chupacabra? Isn't there a movie of it? There is, isn't there? No, el chupacabra kills, yeah. El chupacabra kills like cows and animals like that, supposedly. Yeah, for animals. Yeah. Anyways, the rabbit. We're going to see page 139. Rabbit, pig, turtle, frog, snake, rat, fly, bees, ant, and spider, okay? Rabbit, el conejo. What's pig? You should know this one. Cerdo o puerco, okay? Turtle, tortuga, okay? Frog, la rana. The snake, serpiente, okay? Or culebra, okay? The rat. Okay, don't forget that one then. The fly. What's the fly? The bee. The ant. And the spider. La araña, okay? So, I really want you guys to learn the animals, okay? We're going to have, listen, we're probably going to have a quiz over this 3 pages on Monday, okay? Yeah, the animals and the creation, okay? La creación, el universo, okay? What's the world or the earth? Tierra. The air. Aire, okay? The sun. Sol. The clouds. Las nubes. The stars. The sunlight. The moon. The shade. Sombra. Sombra. The sky. And the darkness. Okay, cat. What is it? Gato. Okay, bird. El pájaro, okay? Horse. Horse. Horse.
Horse? Oh, I said forks. That's not, I was going to say tenedor. Legit, I was going to say tenedor.
Horse.
Horse, caballo.
Caballo, okay? Cow. What's cow? What is it? Vaca. Just kidding. The sheep. The sheep. La oveja. Okay, what's dog? El perro. Fish. What's fish? Pescado or pez, okay? Donkey. Burro. Burro.
Who has 2 bums and is a burro? This guy. Wait, so.
You can say burro or asno. I'll take both. If you know burro, for donkey. If you know burro, then use burro. If you want to go with what the book said, it's the same thing, okay? Bull. Toro. And the goat? Okay, the rat. Rata. Frog. Rana. What's frog? Frog. Rana, dice.
I'm supposed to say sapo, bro.
Rabbit. What is it? Conejo. Pig. Puerco. Snake. Same thing, okay? You can say culebra or serpiente, okay? Fly. Ant. Bee. Bee? Abeja. Bee. Spider. La araña. Turtle. Tortuga, okay? You guys have a quiz over this next Monday, okay? I'm going to give you a couple minutes to work on your project, okay? Gabby, do you guys want to do it Wednesday or Thursday? Okay. Let me know. Okay. I'm gonna come by and Douglas. Guys, work on your project right now. You need to type stuff. What are you gonna say? You know what you're gonna say and everything in Spanish?